never seen Homeboy drop their crossbow before. The guys that shoot you and do that, like, you know, you're melee, you don't see them shoot you at all. They're like the archers with the crossbows. You just, like, drop the crossbow you can pick up and shoot. Yeah. It was like, what is going on? Great. The executioner came up, and I can't seem to get the chat open to chat. There it is. No, 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 no. Mute that. Not prepared for this. Yes, I do see your chat. I need to figure out, like, something kind of big happened. How's football? Still no real word from it. Nothing effectively good at football. I know there's a delay. I haven't done the timing on the delay yet. Let's get everything set up, and the freaking executioner showed up. And I was like, oh, this went faster than I thought. Crap. What position do you play in football? Middle linebacker. Again, delay. So I'm not, like, trying to sash of the eternal servant. Oh, cloth, soul bound, whatever. You guys can pull that. Oh, man. You. Haha. But yeah, I'm just playing World of Warcraft because it gives my eyes something to do and allows you guys to see something rather than just me being a talking head like I'm on the news or something. But I'm trying to get to someplace relatively safe. But being distracted by every mining node on the way. that I don't need for this character.
Do you feel the maw tearing at your mind?
2,000 Stygia.
Discover.
I already killed the executioner, and I already got. Does the executioner give me anything? Rep. Probably gives me rep. Yeah, I turned in Crystal A Stygia to her and got 140. After that, I have. Oh no, there's 104. There's 102. Okay, no, the executioner does give me stuff. Big game lightning blade. Oh, I've had fun, but I'm moving on. Me, you need a passport for that. You know what's kind of a relief? Being over here and not having to deal with the award shows.
Oh my god. It's that time of year, isn't it?
I know, I just SoundCloud. The one that likes to give you notifications about, hey, this song from 1990, and I'm like, don't care. Or now telling, the Grammys are here, and I was like, oh god, that's why the gays are on Twitter. They're either bitching or talking about award shows.
Yeah. That's pretty much the only reasons.
We must always fight to keep the upper hand. Use whatever anima stores you can find to awaken our allies and lay waste to those who oppose us. Enemies approach. Man the mirrors. Those that try to breach our walls will be met with light.
soon. I was about ready to jump into a world quest for aiming light beams, so... Because if anybody's going to lean into anything, it's going to be World of Warcraft and these not vampires. They're totally not vampires, because vampires don't exist in the World of Warcraft world. Well, at least not in the Land of the Dead. They do kind of exist, but we call them Blood Elf. What are those guys called? The ones in WoW? Or the ones in Iceground? They came up near the end?
Oh.
Yeah.
Vampire? No.
But, you know, like Queen and...
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was only it was like what happens when you res blood elves, not high elves. Blood elves only. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, sure, that's fun. How's my day? My day is windy. Windy and windy. Made a vlog today that was like, I don't really want to go outside. So I went to the well, I was gonna go to spoilers, I was gonna go to Sterk, and when I got outside the neighborhood ring, the trash got ripped out of my hand. So I decided I was just gonna get on the tram and go to Alphenine. You just heard from one of your cousins for the first time in 17 years today. Yeah, they friend you on Facebook? It's pretty much what happened with me multiple times with some of my cousins. They were like, oh my god, you're gay now? Like, fucking hello? What, are you kidding me? I mean, there's even people that are like 4 years, that haven't talked to me in 4 years, and they're like, oh my god, when did you move to Amsterdam? And I'm like, 2.5 years ago? And they're like, why didn't you tell me? I'm like, I made massive announcements on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all over social media. Not my fault you don't pay attention.
Why would anyone walk anywhere? I got a satisfied patron.
But yeah, like I said, my day is super windy. I haven't been able to figure out what is happening in the weather today. We've had 3 different bouts of hail, a lot of rain that's flooded much of the seating area of the skate park, and enough wind to... If our building were skinnier, it would have pushed it.
Probably why the building's not skinnier, come to think of it.
Yeah. What I meant by skinnier is like this skinnier area, not this way. This way.
Ah,
It's a big solid block
yeah.
building. It's also not very tall. And we probably would have felt it a little bit more if we were maybe up on the 7th, on the 8th floor, but we're in the middle. We're at the flexing point.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him since 2004. Holy shit. I was 7 in 2004.
Are strong, but their aim leaves something to be desired.
I was 23.
Help them deploy aim on the battlements below.
Did they like put a bunch more horses around here or something? I haven't been around Rapid Residence the past, but there are like these horses. Like, I understand the horses are like useful, but they seem to be like more numerous. Like, I've also seen way more grapple points in the Maw. Like, here, we're gonna give you a grappling hook, and it feels like in one small patch they're like, here, we're gonna give like a ton more because we didn't actually put anything in the Maw. Yeah. Which the guys have been doing the I'll be at practice tomorrow, but they're all like under 26, so they can go to practice. My weird question is, so if you're 26 and under, do you have to, like, it's just going to be one of those things that I think Marcus is going to, like, he's going to make everyone do, even though I think the rules what the clubs say is that if you're 27 and over, you have to register and say that you'll be at practice so we know who's going to be here. But 26 and under, just show up whenever you feel like it. You don't have to register, because that was like so weird. Like, But in all fairness, technically everyone should.
Yeah.
But as I've been bringing up on the vlogs over the last week, there's such a Swiss cheese of the regulations right now. I don't need to swear. I mean, I already kind of swore a little bit right now, but I was leaving Albert Heijn. I didn't put it on the vlog because I didn't want to film this. But a guy just walked straight in, no face mask, coughing up a storm, and the girl who handed him a cart, Mon Kapje meneer, and he just flipped her off and walked in after grabbing the cart from her. And I was like, what in the hell? Like, people are... It's getting... People are like... It's pretty... It's bad. People are starting to just say F it to the rules. Like, they're like I was telling you earlier in the week, there's the people that are like obstinate and they're trying to be against the rules by, keeping their face mask around their chin. They're like, I could be wearing it, but I'm not. Sort of thing. And then now, but I'm seeing more and more people just wandering around without a face mask on transit. But like, they also know that they could get in trouble because they're trying to avoid things about it. Like, because the 26 has two cars. So there's the driver in the front of the first car. And then every tram, except for the old rickety ones that make so much vibrational noise, there's a second seat in the back where you can like buy your tickets on board if you need to with a payment card. Sort of thing. It's basically there's the driver and the conductor. But the 26 has two cars on it, so the driver, nothing, car brake, car's brake. Then there's no driver, and then at the other end, there's the conductor. So people who aren't wearing a face mask are going in the back of the first car because there's nobody sitting there to tell them, use your face mask. It's been officially a year since the pandemic started, and now apparently they said COVID will be a yearly thing now, like the flu. I haven't heard anything about that. I'll talk with my therapist on Thursday. She tends to follow a little bit more of this stuff as she's in technically the medical community. So she knows a little bit more. Plus she follows the news more than I do. I can't. That much. I used to. Like, I didn't even try to in the States, and I just did. Now I don't even follow the States news because I got off Facebook. Like, I didn't actually delete Facebook. I just disabled it on my phone so I can't accidentally open it. Oh, Vanderbilt said so. Oh, okay. I don't even know if that's is Vanderbilt a good university?
It's prestigious.
It's prestigious, so it must be good. Love that concept. I'm snacking on Star Mix. And since I'm snacking on Star Mix, I had to make sure that Aaron got kickers. Which are just frogs. I was thinking about getting like apple rings, but nah. Hello, Matt. There's at least a 15-second delay as I pin at the top. I usually do a timer. I say at least because when I took off from a flight point, I waited until I was like a minute into the flight point, and then alt-tabbed, and it said like 1 17. It said like 17-ish seconds before. So that's pretty much that. Where do I gotta go? Inquisitor Otilia. Oh, man. I gotta get one of the fancy ones. I keep killing the same Inquisitors over and over. Of course, this one I got from a quest, so it's technically free. And go ahead, throw dark bolts at me. Okay. Not my animal. I see they still not mended Executioner Atron. Whatever. Vanderbilt. COVID. There. Oh, hello. Didn't even see you there. Can I kill 104 and elite? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't have invis. So I'm not necessarily sure if my alt tabbing is showing up on stream, because I tweaked around with some settings, because Aaron was in the middle of something, so I couldn't necessarily ask him, like, what all this stuff was, and so, yeah. I think I got it fixed, but there's a lot of things that we were, like, messing around with last time that weren't necessarily. Like, I think I had it ignore Chrome. Or not. But I'm not necessarily sure about that. How was college for you? I dropped out because after like a semester, I don't think I missed much. How was it for me? It was a community college. Okay, so you don't see the alt tabbing. Yeah, this is not showing up.
Yeah.
Anything about that. And Star Trek Online raging on Twitter, so buy it for a moment. I have to wait for cooldowns anyways. They are 21st century ships. It set a precedent, and I read the blog post. Invalidate the temporal accords, but apparently 32C ships do. Swiss cheese rules. Okay. I guess I don't know how college was for me. Like, it seemed... I don't know how to describe that. It's like... I didn't have a special experience. I didn't have any bad experience. It was one of the... It was a really weird time, but not... I don't know. You were kind of there for it, ish.
Yeah, but I didn't have anything special. I have no other contacts. It was college. It was community college, though, so it wasn't super intense.
Yeah. Vanderbilt has some big program related to that. Also, I tend to kind of not pay attention to autism research. Most of the autism research is geared towards kids and mitigating it from a very young age. That kind of puts me out on a limb. Like what? Like, I've even asked over the years, so what do we do about adults? And they're like, we don't have anything for adults. We don't know what to do with you guys. Just, you're still alive, so obviously you've learned something. It's so depressing. Like, I've even had, like, actual autism doctors like, yeah, we just don't study adults. Because if they made it to adults, they're not gonna, they're obviously functional. Oh, like, you can still be alive after falling down a hill full of cacti.
Remember, a safe flight is a boring flight.
I was literally looking at flight points for Ardent Wheel and went, you know, I should probably just barf. You okay? I just noticed things get a little interesting when you, like, are physically moving closer to your screen. And I'm like, what's going on there? Starting out, it didn't feel much different than high school. It was so long in between when I was in high school and when I went to college that I didn't notice a difference. It's odd, like, it's hard to describe considering my college time was 13 years ago. So apparently the Vanderbilt autism thing was about how to work with autistic people, something to do with work environments, I think. Yeah. That is a very noble goal that has made incredible progress over the years. I am happy that the unborn children who are going to be diagnosed with autism due to their genetic makeup in 10 years will grow up to have a wonderful work environment. It doesn't help them now. Over there like perch lips, like, yep.
Yeah, that's it exactly.
This is World of Warcraft, Mark. It's just, as I said on Twitter, as I said on stuff, I'm just here to keep this visualized something going so that I can watch and pay attention to something. Because as Aaron said last week, and it's been bouncing around in my head because that's what things do, I multitask better than single task. And I've been wondering how much damage I've done to myself over the years in terms of ADD, to the fact that I can't really single task anymore.
Watch the shadows.
Let's go see if I can get a quasi interesting thing with the Valfear. See if anybody wants to. Lethium down there. Don't mind if I do. Oh, you're next to Elite. No, thank you. Oh, someone's actually attacking him. Cool, cool. It's a bunch of horde, but he's a rare, so he still qualifies as credit for me. No, I don't think I'm gonna get like maybe a little bit of mana or some out of it. Woo! 35 anima! Yay! Do 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 do. Boing! Okay. I'm a head in. Is that him a head out? Poke lulz Pepega, whatever. Pepe, Georgia? I don't know. I have no idea. Sometimes with the way people have their names. I know way too many shortened postcode things to... At least PE is not a postcode for anything.
Yeah. PEI is, but...
Huh?
PEI? Prince Edward Island.
There are people that live on that shithole?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I thought that was just an Anne of Green Gables thing or whatever. It was just a place, people were like, let's put a little fictional story out here. It's kind of like New Zealand. Nobody actually lives there. It's just a good place for the Shire. Remember the thing about when Scottish people fair in old age, but it was not at all encouraging. Okay. I've been finding a lot of people recently just sort of state things. And I'm like, I have no idea how to respond to that. There was no preparation, nothing for that. You know, I'm not that kind of gay that just looks at the word the and goes, how dare you use that font? Or something like that. I just can't get, you know, I can't have a reaction over everything.
Yeah.
See anything you need? Take pride in your work.
From one sapling, a forest rises. Gentle boughs.
8,050, 15,000. Yeah, there's an out there. I just don't want to right now. I'm gonna go. Windy is all heck out. Maybe not so much now. Let me check Battle Alarm. Battle Alarm has a much more up-to-date weather. Ah, it's still BFT 6. Battle Rudder says BFT 5. But we have no rain for the next 3 hours.
Speak, mortal. Go.
I just want to deal with Knoll. What I mean is that we're a certain percent more likely than everyone else to deal with stuff like strokes, dementia, and certain types of cancer. Like, it makes sense, but at the same time it's kind of depressing. I'm gonna slightly tweak something that I heard DeGrasse Tyson say. He was actually talking about in that terms of that masterclass thing. The whole key of life, or the science, is to know enough about a subject that you're right, but not enough to know that you're wrong. The key thing to learning things about autism and various other medical things is to know how good it is, but not know enough as to how bad it's going to be. It's not necessarily that ignorance is bliss, because then everything's a surprise and you can get depressed. But if you know too much, then all you're looking forward to is a series of negatives. Which is when many people, as I've seen on Tumblr, have become their disability. And they just, I'm like, wow, you you learned everything you possibly could about it, to the point of like other people's experiences, and then internalized them. And I was like, wow, what are you guys doing? Chill out. It's a rabbit hole that I had to stop, because there's a lot of things about a lot of things that I find interesting. And over the years, I've gotten, hey, that looks interesting, and then I figure out, yeah. It's one of the things I learned as the downside to fixations, is that you basically burn yourself out on it to the point where you hate it, and it was one of the few things that actually gave you joy, and now you hate it because you learned too much about it. What are we eating for dinner?
It's a good question. We didn't have Indian this week. We can do pizza.
No.
Call to you now, mortal.
I literally think about pizza. I'm just like, that is a butt ton of fatty food. Like, I'm trying to eat a little healthier, but it's hard. It's so hard.
Fair.
When it comes down to Yellowstone, you don't fear Yellowstone. What's gonna happen with Yellowstone is gonna happen, and there ain't shit you can do about it. You don't fear the inevitable. You don't, oh my god, you could destroy everything. Yeah, I fucking can! That's actually the fun part of it. What if my family members die? Cool, there's gonna be a whole butt ton of other people that die from that too. It's not just your family members.
Yeah.
Like, you know, maybe I'm, you know, it's just one of those people that grew up in like high volcanic earthquake area, and I just look at, you know, stuff and I'm like, I can't. Like, a volcano, no matter what size, is cool. Oh, like we said last week, look at all those people with lava in the living room.
This will
And they live next to a volcano. I mean, to be fair, everywhere on Hawaii is a volcano. That's the point of Hawaii. That's why it exists, is because of volcanoes.
Prepare for combat. My service ends.
You know, there's the weird inevitability of like, oh, I want to live in paradise. Y'all don't realize that things come with a price. You know, like, even living here in Amsterdam, there's a price to pay. People don't see it because they're, what is it, romanticized?
Yeah.
Yeah, they romanticize things about it, and I'm just like, it's not. Okay, oh, I know it will happen, I'm just worried about when, and if it ain't in my lifetime, I couldn't care less. But if it will or not. Sounds like you are actually giving it some considerations. Like, you don't want it to happen in your lifetime. Why not? Why not? It's awesome. Hawaii would be an awesome place to live if you can afford it. Yeah. Again, we're talking about the price to pay. Like, in that place, it's, you know, it's money and distance. Like, there's a lot of people in Hawaii that don't actually drink milk. Not because they're all lactose intolerant, because there's not enough room on the islands to grow enough cows for the milk. So they just don't drink milk because it's a pain to import it. Even in a refrigerator. Yeah. So they just don't drink milk. There's tons of other ways to get the calcium and all that stuff you need. Or use goat milk. Yeah, I mean, your thing was, it was at the Leilani Estates. I remember. And this is going to sound really bad but to you, but when I saw Leilani Estates and everything was like on fire, I was like, well, guess you guys realize what it's like to live on the side of a volcano. Like, you know, what's the thing is... build stupid things, get stupid results. I'm trying to remember what that said.
Garbage in, garbage out?
No, there's like I ask stupid questions, get stupid answers, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, build in a dangerous place, get dangerous results. You know, it's yeah. Everything's imported, except for the things that are grown on the island, and some of those are just, you know, not. I don't like them. Like, I like coconut water occasionally. I do not want it all the time. You could always drink your coffee black. If you don't have any milk, you can just drink your coffee black. I'd say the way nature intended, but nature didn't intend us to roast and grind up the bean, so... But that's just putting additives in to something. Most people say, it's not coffee without milk. And I'm like, what? Sometimes I wonder if they just want to drink warm milk.
I mean, it's tasty.
Yeah, warm milk is tasty. But the thing is they're taking time away from... Oh my god, I swear to God. I aggroed stuff, but I have the debuff of being silenced. For 2 minutes, and I can't attack them. Oh, I can't. I'm not very good. No, I can't. I'm pacified. No, black coffee. Just let me say no. Is it really coffee you want to drink then? What?
I love you and your coffee vendetta.
It's not a vendetta.
It's a vendetta. It's a... I don't even know what it is, but I love it.
A watcher must determine whether a soul is ready to be brought to the Shadowlands. Hone your skills with this trial. A leveled head ensures our bearers bring only ready souls into Oribos. Well done.
You want Burritos Anonymous?
Archon's light
That'd be
shine
good.
upon you.
Okay.
I'll do that.
We shine in her.
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you. Good fortune to our friend.
I should mail a. I should really, like, figure out how many Mickey Pet charms Raleigh has. Because I keep doing the things on all my characters to get them. And I keep mailing them over, and he's probably got like 600 right now. No. Well, if the chat's not going, I just alt-tab to WoW and do stuff. Like, Aaron and I said something. Like, we decided we're going to eat Burritos Anonymous, but that's about
They have
it.
the ghost pepper sauce back.
Oh, good. It's actually on their menu. They probably realized that something was a bit weird. Like, why is it not on there? We always have that available. Not, like, that's the thing. It's like, the ghost pepper is on there. Like, how is it sold out? What the hell? Who in this... What Dutch are ordering ghost pepper? What Dutch are ordering anything over the most mild of things? We traded in spices. We do not eat them. Met the fette gas. Okay, pet charms. Where are we at? 488. Oh, Christ. Let me go to Oropos. Like, I don't know where to buy pets that don't cost anima. So I'm going to Oropos because I figured the rep vendors have all of theirs that I haven't actually looked at.
Yeah.
I didn't buy that other piece. I should buy the Ulna. And then go out and get that pet from Maldraxxus. It's basically a skeletal. It's I think it's one of the snake rib cage, whatever. It's Maldraxxus. It's weird. It's gross. It's bones. Rat vendors on the other side. You're in the enclave, not next to the thing. Ooh.
ETA between 7:45 and 8:05.
Alright. We got tomorrow's video. I had a request. It's gonna be animated radius. Because I already have the animated ulna. There's the animated radius combined with the ulna and the flexing phalanges to create the battle pet. Oh, where are the flexing phalanges? They're in Maldraxxus somewhere, obviously. What do you think they'd be? Where do you think it'd be?
I don't know how to answer that.
Just, like, pick a fly point.
What do you see?
In Maldraxxus.
Garrus's Rest.
We'll go to the north side. We'll figure out what's there. Like, I'm not even sure, because I can't do anything with these. I have to go and find the flexing phalanges somewhere. I'm like, where? The hell? Already? Or is that...
That's
Oh my god, it's not. Nobody ever said that, Aaron.
god, who said that? Someone in the chat. Someone in the group chat for the building said that a while ago. You read it to me.
I've never.
That's why I've said it.
It's just. Every time that doorbell rings, I always get a little bit. Oh, no, here we go. Because it's not going to stop them. It just gets you more frustrated.
Lurking amongst the
Okay.
nests of the flame wings.
You're right. It's foolish of me to say it. I won't say it anymore.
Okay. Yeah, it's not showing up anywhere around here. Yeah. Chat's gone dead for now. While we wait for the burritos to get here. Oh wait, no, Gorge Mouth. Oh no, Gorge Mouth is bad. Drawing out the poison. No. Missing reagents, flexing flames. Like there's just no clue where to get it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Take your pick. Whispers dance on the wind. Keep your
Maybe it's down by the spearhead? Because that's where the pet battle is that I got it from. Or the Ulna is where I got that from. So I'm thinking maybe it's around there somewhere? Well, you didn't miss much because I'm here for the chat. I'm here to chat with people, and when there's nobody chatting, I don't do anything. I'm a reactive person. Because, yeah. I'm very talkative, but I've learned over the years, don't talk a lot. I do it on the vlog because I'm basically talking to myself. And I engage with myself. And I can talk about the game and mutter to myself about the game, but unless you're really interested in WoW, you're not going to miss anything. There's only 2 people in the chat right now, and they're not saying anything, so you're not missing anything. That's just flat out what that is. If you're talking with your cousin on Facebook, that's okay, but yeah. I'm about ready to wow-head this. This zone is so big, and this flexing phalanges could literally be anywhere in the tiniest little thing. It's probably in the construct quarter, though.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have this, like, suspicion that it's in the construct quarter. Go ahead. Flexing phalanges. I'm at work, so I have to step away for so often. I'm still here. Yeah, I understand. Everyone's probably still there. It's just if you're reactionary and I'm reactionary, then in the middle of something will spin off each other, but when it stops, nothing happens because nobody's creating anything. And that's just my history of things. As I've been talking with Frank, he and I are like idea research guys. Only do I have that little bit of extroversion and, to be fair, not in the sexual term, exhibitionism. I like to show off, like in theater and stuff. Do I have that desire to do? But when I vlog all dang day, I kind of get that out of my system a little bit. Okay, they're under a big bone. It makes the paddle pet carpal. Okay. Okay, you're under a big bone. Where? Come on. Comments. 4762. I swear to God, that's what I thought. I was like, when I remember looking this up before, it was near Construct Quarter. 47. Either that or it's in that Oxen area. That's just what I call it. Where like Tahanta is.
Yeah.
The Taralas. 40. I already forgot the number. 4762. Nope, we're going away. 4062 need to go south. Yep. And then 47. No, it isn't. It isn't. It's in the House of Chosen, it looks like. Nope. Yeah, it's always weird for me to figure out because the X and the Y, like the positive and the negative, don't seem to quite work out right sometimes. Like sometimes I've had the coordinates north-south, or sometimes you can go north and you'll increase it, and go south and you'll decrease it. And other times if you go north you'll decrease it, and south you'll increase it because you're all below the x-axis or something like that. If you go to 0, 0, you're not in the center of the map, is what I'm saying. 4762. Ooh, 47.
Primus was the victor of countless hard-won battles. Honor him.
Back to the chat.
by
Oh,
defeating
still.
enemies in this revered place.
49. 48. 47. And then south. 57. Okay. Yes. In the middle of a world quest, that's nice. There's a helmet. Oh, there it is. Skeletal hand fragments, flexing phalanges. I just cast Lend Me a Hand. That's what the spell was called. I just learned Carpal. I'm gonna summon Carpal. And I'm gonna use my thingy on him to make him epic. Or rare, or whatever. Okay. But yeah, it's a hand. It's a skeletal hand. Walks like a thing with the 2 fingers. Oh no, it doesn't. It does. There's different hands. Like there's. Yeah, this one just like that. It's kind of hard to see because it's so small. But it runs like this versus the gloved hands do this. Maybe I should go over and wait by mixing a mess, see if anybody pops up purple. Nobody has to be in Maldraxxus today anyways. It's a little Arden wheel. Come on, go! Anything you miss about the USA, food or like, talk about. Taco Bell. Ever-changing menu of Taco Bell. Like, there are 3 Taco Bells in the entire country here. They're all down in Brabant. They're in Tilburg, they're in Eindhoven, and they're in Breda. They're all in the southern part of the country. Why, I don't know. Why they haven't moved into Amsterdam, I don't know. But when you order like a taco and they're like, okay, what sauce do you want on it? I looked at him really funny and said, no sauce? The guy looked at me like he didn't know how to put that in the computer. So I said, hot? You sure? Fire? Like, oh, what? Like, yeah, it's not the same Taco Bell.
Not even close.
Except for the fact that they did have that one thing that was kind of weird on their menu. And I was like, this is actually interesting, and they should take this over to the States. But it was like it was almost like nacho fry. You know, we got like the groupie meat. I'll look at their menu here in a second. What Zachary said. Hey, would you like to have a dark... Do I have a really dark sense of humor, Aaron?
Fairly dark.
What? Yes, you heard him. You definitely do and get in trouble for it a lot. Okay. Oh. I don't think I have a dark sense of humor. I've seen people who profess they have a dark sense of humor, and I don't find any of their stuff funny. So, unless a sense of humor is not finding stuff funny, and dark is something far lighter than I've ever seen, I don't know. Yes, Taco Bell. What, were you expecting to give you brand name green onions or something? I don't know. What were you expecting me to say? Did I miss carefully manicured lasagna? I didn't eat lasagna over in the States. I don't eat it here. Pasta gets too gooky ooey. Also, in order to miss something, the Netherlands or whatnot should not have it better. I guess is the best way to say that. I don't miss fresh fruit juice because it's better here. I don't miss cheese because I don't miss cheddar cheese because how does better? Emmentaler is better. Like. I don't miss mozzarella cheese sticks because gosh, soufflés are better. Like, right? Like, that's part of the thing is you have to, in order to miss something, you have to find something that you're...
It has to not be as good where you are.
Why did I earn the title Minion of Mayhem? I literally just earned the title Minion of Mayhem. You receive loot, macerated ribs. You've earned the title Minion of Mayhem. Did I get... What achievement did I get? What? What? Nope. Nope. The last achievement I got was Adventures Harmony of Purpose. There's no reason to have gotten a title from something I did 3 hours ago. I'm... when in doubt, wow at it. Minion of Mayhem. Adidas running. Yeah, I'm very aware. Name, Minion of Mayhem. Oh, you get it from crafting Carpal. Okay.
Cool.
Weird that I got Carpal. Carpal has been added to your journal. Sierra quest complete. Quest accepted. Callous concoctions, and I finally got the title. I got the title from defeating Rotgut, which while already having the animated Ulna in my inventory, failing the world quest in Maltrex. What? Maybe I was supposed to get it, and I didn't a while back. I guess. Back to the chat. Very influenced by British comedy. Oh, okay. I think Aaron is too, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
He really likes Doctor Who. Like,
And Monty Python.
that too. I forget they're British. Because I'm a dumbass American and say, well, I watched them in the States. Why are they British? Sort of thing.
Thank you for your assistance.
It's just how it goes. But yeah, I keep looking at your shocked Taco Bell. I'm like, what? Like, you're shocked that I answered Taco Bell, which means you had some idea of something I'd answer, and that just completely threw you for a loop. If I ever left the US, I think I'd miss Cajun food the most. I never ate Cajun food. It's hard to miss something you've never experienced. I avoided a lot of things that were spawned from seafood. Or foods that if you did not eat them in the original recipe, a whole culture would get offended. Something. There's other foods like that. And I'm just like, no. No, you're putting way too much burden upon eating. Well, I certainly hope that I explained as to why it's Taco Bell's, because either the stuff is here, like a Big Mac here is a Big Mac in the States. A Whopper here is a Whopper in the States. Plus, they have chili cheese fries here that Burger King does not in the States. So... Taco Bell menu. Taco Bell Puntanel. Oh, someone's summoning Visectus. Visectus is here, and soon the Black Hound outpost will be gone. I'm literally looking at Visectus, and he's not moving. What the thing? Menu. I don't need geschiedenis. I don't need your story. Bezorging. Yeah, very aware. Oh, they have an Amersfoort and a Rotterdam now. Sweet. It's only going to take an hour to get to them, not an hour and a half.
Hooray!
Of course, it's also out in Amersfoort. I should go tell Cheery. He lives out there. Farkins marked. That's... that's perfect. Tauschbesort available. Okay, fine, you're on Tauschbesort. Alright, maybe, hopefully. I can't even fucking spell. THISBZORGD. Just search restaurants. Taco Bell. Tilburg. No, not the current location. Search Tilburg, please. Oh, you don't let me zoom out effectively. Damn it. Return to list. Oh god. Prince Alexander, Rotterdam. I mean, I could click Rotterdam. Dordrecht. Hertogenbosch. God, we gotta go more south. Fucking Tilburg's out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
It really is.
But it's got a great university. Tilburg Central Station, sure. Taco Bell. There it is. Quesadilla. What's the thing we got? It was like... I love this shit. They have a bundle for $6. 6 chicken quesadillas, 8 crunchy tacos with beef, and 3 cinnamon twists. So that's 1 cinnamon twist. Why 8 crunchy tacos? For 6? Oh, you're instigating a fight there. I'm not on the hunt for taco. I'm looking for the menu because Aaron and I ate something that didn't exist in the States. At their Taco Bells. I'm trying to remember what it was. I may have to go to the Eindhoven one rather than Tilburg. Shareables. Yes, the fully loaded fries is what it was. I thought it was like a fry dish. And it's Mexican spiced fries served with sour cream, pico de gallo, and the absolutely overherrliche nacho cheese sauce. Because that's what the Dutch love doing. They love taking multiple languages and mashing them together and saying, "We made food."
To bear the torch of challenge. Use it to light the braziers that call the great houses to the arena. If you are fast enough to do so.
Mistress Dyrax. I don't really care. I'm here for Sabriel. Someone said Sabriel's coming up in the arena. I'm like, okay.
For a champion rich with victory.
But yeah.
Gladiator of legend. Wielder of the rune.
But yeah, their menu here is
The bone cleaver.
yeah,
Different.
is different. Also, what's your problem with Taco Bell? Like, why are you? It's sort of like you're shocked that like anybody eats Taco Bell. It's actually one of the healthier fast foods in America.
Yeah.
Hey, tanks, do your fucking job. I shouldn't be pulling off of you. Damn it. I don't do that much damage. Iron Wall. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have popped every cooldown and then been inside her banner that gives me 30% bonus damage. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I've looked into it. Taco Bell, like in terms of like they have super healthy options when you go Fresca, because it cuts out a lot of the actual bad things. And like I said, this is healthy for fast food. This is at the top end of fast food. But like nutritionists have checked, and even the basic tacos are, by and large, they have less bad things in them than like your typical cheeseburger or hamburger from Burger King or McDonald's, or even crispy chicken from like KFC or something. I mean, I worked at a Taco Bell for, well, feels like forever. I worked at 3 different Taco Bells over the course of 2 years. 3 years? 4 years. I don't know. Feels like forever, but then I also realized how long we've been in these quarantine lockdown bullshit. So time is weird. And only when dealing with time travel do I say the whole wibbly wobbly thing. Because this isn't wibbly time, it's just literally slowed time. Like points A to B are just Stretch Armstrong at this point. Good God. Hi, Matt. Peter Borg this time, not Riley. 2 Matts. Healthy fast food? Well, that's. What's your qualification of healthy? Because if you're talking like healthy from the Pearl District hipster, I make way too much money and spend it judiciously on kale healthy, no, you can't make healthy fast food. But can you make it without having mess tons of bad? Yeah, you can. It's just that it's cheaper for the company to make it just a, it's way more profit for them. It's fine if you're like, we ordered Burritos Anonymous again, so you guys are gonna watch me get all hiccupy and nose runny over a burrito.
State your intent.
Bloated loot flies, no thank you. Runebound coffer, no thank you. Sprouting growth. Slime coated crate. There's just nothing in that thing though. Like, why walk all the way to the ass back of the plague quarter just to get nothing?
You have your orders.
Hearth. Someone out of it. Is he a rare? Drollclad. Oh, is he a rare? Possibly. He's dead. But like somewhere between vegans that scream at you and Taco Bell, for instance. That's a wide. That's wide.
Yeah.
Like, that's not as narrow as you think it is. Because there is... Okay. We're having to go with qualifications here. They're strange. What do you mean by fast food? Also. That's strange. What do you mean by fast food? What do you mean by healthy? Because If you're meaning by something you can order online and get delivered to you, like a pizza, yes, you can, because Taos Resort is fucking amazing. If by fast food you mean something that gets prepared fast, well, okay, yeah, I mean, we've got, we had Boney's. That came pretty fast.
Yeah.
Tex-Mex? Is that fast food?
Yeah.
Like Tomatillo, that's considered fast food. I think they make it in the back. It's
Fast food is generally not something you sit down for, ever. If you just, yeah.
even though a lot of fast food restaurants have seating inside.
Yes. It's not somewhere that you sit down and they take your order.
But Tomatillo doesn't do that. You order at the counter and then you eat inside.
I don't know.
But that's the thing, is we're qualifying now, like, what exactly is fast food? Because if you have a very loose definition of fast food and a loose definition of healthy, then the Venn diagram gets a lot closer together, and like half of Taos Resort.
Yeah.
Typically have drive-through windows. Well, that doesn't happen here in the Netherlands.
There's a lot less driving.
I mean, I've seen a KFC shaped like a chicken bucket, and I've seen a McDonald's out on the way south of Amstel that's its own building, and I've seen and that Burger King that I took you to that's kind of crown-like, and it has the weird archy things over it. There's also another restaurant in there. But fast food typically have drive-through windows. Like I said, that doesn't really happen here in the Netherlands. So,
Yeah, does that mean we don't have fast food here?
yeah, does that mean that the McDonald's or the Burger King that's in Amstel Station does not have a drive-through? Tell me a Burger King is not fast food. Getting health food at a drive-through or something, like, could that be possible? That's the kind. Define health food. Do you want a granola bar that's going to make you shit bricks? Literally? Like, I can get you a granola bar and I can give it to you through a drive-through window. I can charge you $5 for a granola bar that you will literally just shit out and basically make foundation from. You will have such rock-solid turds. I mean, that's health food. I'm gonna go get some fizzy soda. Tea. Love that mental image. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to push building materials out your butt. Rule 34.
Yep.
I'm not Googling that. Off the United States definition of fast food. I'm pretty sure it was perfected in the United States. Well, yes. But that begs it still kind of goes to the question, like, okay, so you have drive-through there, but, like, does Aaron says, does that mean we not have fast food here? Because, like I said before, earlier, yeah, sure. We can assume that the Burger King in Amstel Station is fast food because all Burger Kings are fast food. But What about, like, Voni's 8 House? Or Snack Bar, for Christ's sake. Snack Bar is honestly on the side of a road. It serves burgers, it serves fries, it serves ice cream, but it has no drive-thru. To be fair, it's also called Snack Bar. Honestly, it's like fast food, you know, like, I have to say that even the hamburgers that come out of Fabo are actually fairly healthy.
Yeah.
And they come out of a warmer sometimes. You can just plunk in a €2 coin, open that little door, and pull a burger out. I mean, that's what I did at Hook in Rodigan. I had to have Aaron put the friggin' coins in the machine because I couldn't figure out how to do it.
You were drunk.
I was so drunk. But it was a cheeseburger? You don't remember.
It was probably a cheeseburger.
Yeah. I remember Martine was there and he was watching me the whole time. I brought it up to him later. Fast food is ambiguous. It is.
It's incredibly ambiguous.
So, like, you know, if I take an Italianza bowl and I shoot it out of a cannon, does that make it fast food? I mean, of course fast food's ambiguous, but, you know, there's always that. What happens when you actually make fast food?
Come forth, catalyst of change.
Come forth, catalyst of change. Can you chill, Renathal? Oh wait, no, you can't. You're basically a vampire and have cold blood. But they're not vampires because they actually use mirrors. Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up, guys. I can't. They're vampires. They got fangs, they got pointy teeth, and their animal looks like blood. This is vampires. And they're so extra, it's not even funny.
No, it is.
It's funny.
It's hilarious.
It's hilarious. Oh, one of you two. I'm not sure if you guys see my story that shows up on YouTube. I shared something to the story from last night per my last live stream. That is the drunk stoned combo. In case you were wondering. Okay, they've added horses in. There's a horse up here now. They definitely added. Where's this take you? To hole in the wall.
60 times 10
Well, that's nice.
is
I'm not doing math for you.
Wasn't expecting you to be so.
Wasn't expecting you to be so clean. Sorry?
We must always fight to keep the upper hand. Use whatever anima stores you can find to awaken our allies and lay waste to those who oppose us. Enemies approach. Man the mirrors. Those that try to breach our walls will be met with.
But, you know, and just like Tomatillo with, you know, their Tex-Mex, you know, is Chipotle fast food? I mean, some Chipotles have drive-thrus. Some. It's weird.
yeah.
you know, was Mod Pizza fast food? Aaron doesn't know that one. He didn't know how to answer that. Because I'm fully with you on the whole fact of, you know, when you go somewhere and you sit down and they come and take your order and you read from a menu at the table, that is not fast food. I totally understand that. I get it, and I agree with you. But there's a large middle ground of places we've eaten at that's really good and super healthy. In fact, I would think that Mod Pizza and Tomatillo are far healthier than Panera Bread.
Yes.
But Panera Bread is considered your fast food brunch to go, or whatever it's going to be called. So, there we are having, you know... What about Applebee's? Is that fast food? No! No!
That is fast casual dining.
That Aaron calls that fast casual dining.
It isn't just me either. That is...
I've never heard the term fast casual before, but I would assume that considering the menu, or the how long it's taken to get our food, I would not call them fast.
It is the sector they're
in. That's a weird sector.
Yeah.
Is that what Panera Bread's in too?
I think so.
Christ. Oi! Moonwalker!
Boy, you've been to the mall, right?
What's he smell like? What? I'm not saying that, you know, Applebee's is unhealthy. It's, we used to eat there a lot.
Yeah.
But...
Nice to meet you. Oh, what did we already...
Tribute to the court.
Which bosses sent you?
Revered with the Ascended. Yay! Ambassador's Reserve. Another one of those. I could just extend the Ember Court indefinitely.
No. Didn't want to say it.
Hmm?
So when you take off, you can double jump to just fly around, and that's 150% speed. So like 10 or 11 meters per second. If you hold down space and W, you go like 2,000 meters a second.
Okay.
So what I said was, didn't want to sail.
There are multiple things in that game that are called sails. So, I wasn't sure. Also, we're talking about fast food and things being on sale. I think the term is now quick serve instead of fast food.
God, she's so pretentious.
Quick serve? Like... You want healthy as I'll get at? You want healthy, quick serve food? I will literally take you to Julia's here.
I wish they.
Like Julia's, they cook the pasta in front of you.
Yeah.
They cook the pasta in front of you, and they heat up your little vegetables and stuff on the side. Like. It's
so great.
Yeah. And like I've never seen there's a Julia's in Central that I think you can sit down at, but the one just like it Amstel is like a counter you walk up to and you're like, hey, yeah, you can sit down, but it's like 3 people can sit down at the bar off to the side and while you're sitting at it, you're looking inside Burger King.
Remember, A safe flight is a boring flight.
What would be a good place to eat back in Portland be, by the way? Want to keep those in mind if I ever visit. Taco Bell? Mod Pizza? The Warmer at 7-Eleven? I hear Subways are good. Subways and Chipotle's.
What about the Roxy?
Oh, that is it. Is the Roxy still open? I'm not... The Roxy's one of those that may have suffered under Corona. They renamed the road?
To what? From what?
It was dark.
What'd they rename it to?
Harvey Milk Street? Maybe it's just that small section. No, they whole ass name the damn... Was it Stark? It wasn't Stark. No. Those are all the trees. Ah! What do we got here? God, do I just... Yeah, apparently, well, I guess now that restaurants are open, they allow, but they may have also been able to go pretty well with the like I don't know, like there's so many places to eat. Like, when people want to ask me for, like, suggestions, I was like, okay, I could also suggest you go eat at Fogo de Chao Brazilian Steakhouse, but that's super expensive, but they serve you meat on a sword. But it's super expensive, so it must be a good place to go. And I've never been there. You know, that's our burritos. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, it was. Goodbye, Southwest Stark.
And they renamed it to that?
Yeah.
Harvey Milk Street?
Well, it's 2 words, Milk Street.
Yes. But still.
Yeah?
Why?
Wow, you were a roommate with Gabe, and you don't know the name Harvey Milk.
It's familiar.
Harvey Bernard Milk was an American politician, the first openly gay elected official in the history of California. Where he was elected to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. Like, it's understandable that they did that because Southwest Stark has been known as Vaseline Alley for decades. I don't even know what that word is, Matt. I don't know what that word is. Curasarias. I don't know what that word is.
Curasarias?
Unless, like, you were in the process of typing churros and sneezed.
cannot allow any of them to become queen. Slaughter them all.
It sounded like he just threw it at you.
Put it on the ground and walked away.
That's-
Like it kind of is supposed to.
Yeah, I know.
It's a place where meat is cooked in churrasco style. Oh, it's Portuguese sword barbecue.
Oh. Vaseline Alley, you say? Yes! Yes, that's what I said. What? Think I said something different?
No, they just probably don't know what that means.
Well, we're talking about an openly gay senator in California, and the road used to be colloquially named Vaseline Alley. I don't really want to bring that stuff up on a live stream. So
We're just gonna leave it at that.
So we're gonna hope that math and 2 and 2 can be put together. You hunk of shit! Don't burst me away while I'm trying to stab you in the back.
It's a pretty good idea. I'm really glad I looked over and saw what the theory was.
I would have told you. Christ.
One time.
It was one time that I didn't tell you. But because of Matt Peterborg bringing up his Hendrik beer last time, I picked up this one. It's also Grolsch, which is what the Winterbock that I was absolutely in love with. So I figured maybe I could give their Crowdentrippel another try. It certainly it was Inclusive Friday? No, it's Feta Half Price. And I was like, maybe no, we ain't gonna do that one today. Nope. So many people here, and I missed out on one of the Gorm Tender Lady Contender Melia. Man, everybody's just killing everything, and I can skin it all.
What kind of goo do you get from skinning a gorm?
Nothing. Barbed leg, notched bones. From the bigger one, but it's the little guys, these evolving mites. I'm just skinning them for skinning. Barbed leg. I mean, I get desolate leather. I mean, they're still animals, to an extent. So, is wherever there's a gay village in Portland? Yes. I don't know if it's a village, it's a road, and it's Portland, and that's like everywhere's gay. I mean, I don't know what you're... I know in New York people have, like, the gay village that everyone wants to go to, and Seattle has Capitol Hill, but there's no... The closest you can get to in Portland, the Pearl District, and there's a lot of people in the Pearl District that are find offensive that the urban hippies are being called the gay district.
It is imperative that we keep the Gorm in check while we bolster our
Just as
defenses.
accurate. Stopped it. There's a lot of people who are going to be offended.
Sounds like Aaron got offended by that. But as I've had people shocked by the fact that I said the word Taco Bell, that's something I miss. It seems like I have to explain things.
What is it inside?
So, Vernal Hollow, Takeda House, Surf Spriggan. So let's go
Keep your
there.
wits about you.
I'm familiar with Methadone Mile in Boston, but not Vaseline Alley. Like, seriously. Does the term... Do you guys... It feels like Portland's the only place that people use Vaseline for lubrication. It's... I don't know what it's used for in the rest of the country, but apparently it's the hot thing everybody buys, but nobody buys it for its actual purpose of lubrication. How is the term Vaseline Alley confusing to people? Like, I knew about Vaseline Alley before I knew what gay was. Because people need lubrication for sex. So that was where a lot of sex happened. And then people told me a lot of man-on-man sex happened there. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, you have nothing of the sort in Indianapolis, and that makes you kind of sad. Well, there is no. Okay, there's a street here in Amsterdam that has a lot of rainbow flags on it, and probably gay-owned businesses like Vegan Junk Food Bar, which is literally the opposite of what we were talking about before of healthy fast food. When we have good vegan junk food bar, whatever.
Yeah.
So Glimmer does. Jaina, 100%. Watch out for Glacial Ray. Me, no one does. They don't do mechanics just like Raidfinder. Coconut oil, if you know, you know. No, coconut oil is very dry. I've utilized coconut oil for various other purposes. Like, people, like, there are girls that tried to put it on my hand because it would help moisturize my hand. I'm like, huh? What? Where? What? This didn't do anything. It like dried my hands out. That means you know they're moisturized, and that's what I realized. Probably a bunch of shit. Beauty is being a beautician stuff is a bunch of shit. I'm waiting for it to simmer down just a little bit more. I'm gonna tell you both. It's really funny when you've got a Dutch or German person who isn't really good at English, especially American English, and tries to pronounce the that word. What people from Indiana are called.
Yeah.
Because they kind of have to be into sports and have actually listened to American broadcasts to kind of understand how to pronounce it. And they still might not even get it right because it doesn't follow the similar grammar rules or spelling pronunciation rules as
Greetings.
stuff. You've never heard that word said. You've never heard someone called a Hoosier. Would you believe that no one actually bows? What it way means or where it comes from?
What it really means?
I don't know what that.
Would you believe no one actually knows?
Oh, knows.
What it?
Yeah, no. I understand they don't know what it means or where it came from or how it came to. There's probably some historian out there that's sitting on the hill and it's just like, I know where it comes from, like, you know, because it's a mark of honor, and then tells people, and then they're like, how did you not know that? Everybody knows that because, yeah, probably, but the common folk don't know. I've never heard it. You've never heard a European say it. Yeah, most of them try a hosier because when you double vowels like that in Dutch, you just hold it for an extra beat. So it's not like the band, you know, hosier, it's hosier. And German has Z, so they kind of get it, and they put a couple things together, as in hosier. But I think when I heard it is because we had Michael, who was from Ohio, and he was from Columbus, and he was talking about Indiana and stuff, and he goes, I hate the Hoosiers, and someone went, is that how you pronounce that? And I was like, how would you pronounce it? And they went, hosier. Like, well, that's literally how you say it, but that's how you would say it if it had normal pronunciations, but it's not a real word.
Robert's in the audience.
I mean, lacking in finesse, but 10 for effort?
The show must go on.
What finesse? English is not about finesse in anything, so someone on Twitter was trying to say, name something the Americans do better than the USA does better than the UK, and someone replied, food, and I was like, intensity. Nobody can really top the Americans on intensity. Mexicans are like, we make spicy food. Americans, we will burn your nostrils off. Indian food, you might have some pretty liquid entrail things, liquid messy for a while. Americans, let's make Taco Bell. It's like they make things so much more intense. They literally one up everyone on everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Could be of German. For all we know, Germans are the largest immigrant group to Indy historically. I don't think that's not even close to a German word. Like you'd probably use with the umlaut.
See anything of
Huser. But then you're getting into like Häuser. And that's just
More Dutchy.
yeah.
I hope to see you again.
What's that? H-A-U-S-E-R? Hauser? Houses. I remember the term Häuser, but I can't add in a thing very well. An umlaut. Americans are not unimpressed with everything. They are impressed by everything, and they try to one-up it.
Yeah.
This just means houses, apparently. But yeah.
I've got all kinds of goodies.
Oh, Maddie. You're sending me a bunch of Snapchats, and I know that they're interesting, but they're not anything. It's probably just more of the exact same waterfall. Her and her boring boyfriend. We're number one, duh. I say that in jest. I mean, they are number one in a lot of things.
Few of them good.
Few of them good. It's burrito time. I think I ate the feta cheese egg first. They don't put things like horizontally, they put things in vertically, and then they heat it up in the oven, and then they wrap it, I think. Burritos Anonymous is amazing. But like, this food gets made in like, what, 7 minutes? Like, we stood outside when they've been dead. We get it in like 7 minutes, and they'll deliver it. And like, just like Tomatillo, most of their stuff is pretty freaking organic, so healthy. Like,
Yeah.
Can you do healthy fast food in the States? Well, again, what's your circle of fast food? What's your or quick serve? And what's your circle of healthy? And a lot of that gets shifted in the Netherlands. Huh? Grated mini wheat. Did you? Is that something new? Because I know there was shredded mini wheats and shredded wheat. But this is grated? Oh boy.
Sounds not great.
Starting to wonder if Mark eats anything nice. Mini wheats. Yuck. What the hell? I'd probably be like, I'm gonna go get a bowl of Cheerios. And he'd be like, Cheerios? Gag a maggot. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Let me go get some water. Ugh. Peon, you little plebeian, you drink water? What the hell? We'll go back down to Gorm Hive. Get that decayed husk. You meant frosted but typed grated. Wow, that's but still, frosted mini wheats. Okay, sure. I mean, they're basically just, you know, shredded wheat with powdered sugar on them. Powdered sugar's not bad for you. They dump it on the oily bullet over here.
That doesn't mean it's not bad for you.
It's better for you than the oily bullet.
Mm-hmm. That's a very low bar, though.
Deep fried dough! Of course, the fact that there are some Dutch that during the New Year's celebrations take 2 oily bowl and like sprinkle the powdered sugar on top and then cheers each other with deep fried dough. I'm just like, y'all are trying to make something super unhealthy that like, you're trying to put a mask of fancy on it and it's not working very well. Yeah. To go back to a Taco Bell reference, it's like taking your cheesy gordita crunch and be like, cheers with your, and like eating it with your pinky out. You're like, you're not fooling anybody. O-L-I-E-B-O-L. Oily bowl. It's oily is the term for oil, and bowl is bal. Usually used in the terms of like bun. So like a zakta bowl is just like a dinner roll. An Italianza bowl is an Italian roll. So when it comes down to Dutch, their vowels are very strict, I guess. in terms of pronunciation. They're only pronounced one way. A, A, E, O, U. That's it. You figure out those pronunciations, you've got a lot of the stuff done. And once you can say about a third of the Dutch words, your English brain's going to kick in as to what it is. And then about another third are going to be, you read it, and that's what it says. You're like, oh yeah, I know what that is. And then the rest of it is like some weird mashup of like Sherma French. The reason why I'm saying oily Bollen is because B-O-L-L-E-N is the plural. With a lot of the Dutch language, E-N, they have two plurals. The original German, which adds E-N on the end of things, to an extent. And then sometimes they'll just add S on the end. So like in German, bird is Vogel. In their plural, it's Vogelen. In Dutch, it's Vogels, because the weird G. We want to be special. In the plural, it's Vogels. Because in the French, in Romantic languages, they put an S on the end to pluralize.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Not really. They're not donut holes. I mean, maybe they are, but donut holes are this big. Oily Bollen are this big. You're going from like ping pong size ball to baseball, if not softball sized. The problem is Finnish, much based on its geography, is a hybrid between the Scandinavian languages, which are Germanic, and the Russian language, which is Russian, Slavic, Cyrillic. So, yeah. Have I heard Welsh? Yes. Do I think it should be spoken out loud? No. They've been owned by Britain long enough. They need to... they have cultural identity. That's cool. And it probably should be taught as an elective in school. But as I've listened to my Irish gamer YouTubers, that, yeah, they apparently do have Irish class in their schools. But, yeah, nobody knows how to pronounce their... At least Call Me Kevin doesn't know how to spell his... what's his name?
His own name.
Is like Clefine?
I think so.
He doesn't know how to spell it in Irish, though. Before I came here, I thought Icelandic was hard to understand. But now that I've heard a bunch of people speaking Dutch, and the occasional German, and a couple other languages, especially like Indonesian, Icelandic makes a little bit more sense. But when you're just solely from an English or a Romantic language like Spanish or French point of view, Icelandic is fucked up. All right, let's go get that. Let's go get that hide really fast, or the husk, or whatever it is. Vanish. Not dealing with that shit. Ugh. I mean, Icelandic is just it's a Nordic language, Scandinavian language. Like I said, once you hear Danish and Dutch and German, Icelandic doesn't sound as different. Oh, it's still further down? By Jesus Christ. Okay, look at that. Is it this hole over here? Never know how to get to this one. Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. No, not that one. Well, they didn't put a lot of spicy in there as usual. My lips are tingling, but I'm certainly not hiccuping. Maybe they realized who was ordering the last time, so they gave me the little bit extra spicy. Gaelic. I mean, it's a family of languages. Celtic / Gaelic sort of thing. Gormbor. I killed a rare. I don't need to worry about that anymore. Someone from Lightning Blade. Matron, whoever, you are a big lot of things. Me. Uh-oh, someone peeved off the tiny server! Someone else, someone from Mali goes, I'm betting she doesn't care. Think I'll change my title to Matron so I can be a 2. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm just gonna heart out of here. Do. Chips. Sour cream. Folks here from 2 weeks ago are going to watch me dip chips into sour cream.
Disgusting!
Disgusting!
The finest and rarest of goods in the Shadowlands.
Got the best goods you ban it fun.
Okay, so what we got? Languages translate English to Icelandic. Just go with what? A house?
House.
That's pretty. Hoose. Hoose. Like, what about horse? Oh, that's not even close to that. Huh. Hester. It also doesn't even have a good voice for it either. I think the Dutch lady is better than the Icelandic guy. Bard. No, parse. Pard. Parse?
Bars.
Fiola. Which makes a little bit more sense because you look at that and you're like FJO with an accent mark LA. What the hell? Then you realize that parse in Dutch is purple. So it's violet. You guys want to like link things together? Like I said, you listen to it. Fiola. Fiola. It's just purple. It's violet, basically. I have to go downstairs. What about hail? I mean, that's still yellow. Groen. Oh, this is gonna be weird.
Groen.
Groen. Green. That literally sounds like green. Green. Grind. It almost sounds like a Scottish person trying to say it. Aaron's over there smirking. I always thought Polish was an interesting language too. Polish can go fuck itself. I got a lot of Polish friends. I really like the Polish American football team, but the word for man has 3 different Z's in it. And I will never let them live it down. Czech is not one of the hardest languages to learn. I got someone that'll try to tell you that, but he thinks Czech is the best at everything. He's Czech.
If you hadn't guessed.
But Czech's not that hard. Okay. English, Polish, sorry, I was a bit wrong. It's not man, it's men.
Man. Mężczyźni.
I can't. Okay, you fucking can't with that word. Aaron, I want you to look at that word. I fucking can't. It's got 3 different Z's in it.
Oh my gosh. Get ready to commit a hate crime.
Ernie's getting ready to commit a hate crime. Huh?
Ernie, not Elmo.
Yeah. I would honestly think that any of the languages over there in Eastern Asia are probably the hardest to learn. Overall. For some people, perhaps Arabic might be pretty hard, because I think you write it backwards, and its script is a bit confusing to look at. But to an extent, trying to learn a language that breaks from your normal alphabet is always going to be pretty hard.
Yeah.
But as I've learned with learning languages, if you have a target language and you just aren't getting it, find a language that is geographically between you and the respectively. Like, to be fair, if you are Tunisian and you're trying to learn Danish, do not pick up Swiss.
It will not help.
It's also not really a language. Swiss is not a language. Just like Belgian is not a language. Belgian is a country identity, but it's not a language. Like this way, like they have their own versions, but the east side of Switzerland speaks German, and the west side speaks French. So there's Swiss French, and there's Swiss German, and then there's a weird combination kind of in between, but then each of them gets their like influences from each other. So the Swiss German has a lot more French words in it. Any tonal language is difficult to learn. Yeah. I mean, any language that you have to speak.
I think they mean any language that has
Remember, a safe flight is a boring flight.
different meanings based on tone of the same word.
Oh.
My master did say to serve
Well,
everyone.
if you're autistic, that can be English. Because if you don't understand the tone of what a question is, you may think someone, like, apparently there's a sarcasm tone that I took a long time to pick up on and never got. So the tone of the word can absolutely mean something completely different. Like, you were asking a question, or were you asking a rhetorical question? It was rhetorical. Why was it rhetorical? Because it doesn't have an answer. Yes, it does. A question is not rhetorical because you don't know the answer.
The question is generally rhetorical because the answer is not needed.
Then why are they asking the question if they don't want the answer?
It's not that they don't want it, it's that it's assumed or implied.
There's a lot of people that ask rhetorical questions that don't actually know the answer to them. So if the answer is implied, then these people do not know that. Because by and large, I have been socially chastised for answering rhetorical questions because the person like I said, didn't know the answer, didn't know that there was an answer to it. Thus, a question that has no answer is rhetorical to a lot of people. And if you give them the answer to the question that they didn't know, they feel stupid.
It's too far away.
Oh, I know that. Other than dealing with people that don't really deal with sarcasm. They just tell it how it is. The Dutch. Which is what I'm subtly thinking is what Mitchell was talking about with my my American accent was coming back because I was being a bit more subtle and less direct with what I was saying. Because I have no idea. Nobody can actually explain to me what they meant by what he meant or what anybody understood by my American accent. Nobody names my American accent.
Could be.
Well, okay. It's not really unrelated, but we're going to go back a step. That the German word is Blume. When it comes down to Dutch, you just got to think, oh, you guys have way too many rules. We're just going to simplify things. So rather than Blume and dealing with the umlaut, they just B-L-O-E-M, Bloom. And due to linguistic confusions, that's where English got the word to bloom. It's because someone would hold up a flower that was in the process of blooming and would say, bloom. And they go, ah, yeah, the flower is blooming. But yes, it's... I think Matt might be referencing the store in Oostpoort. Bloom, that sells flowers. That I bought our Christmas tree at that one time. Where did I get the Christmas tree this year? Oh, your work sent it, didn't it?
No, my mom's.
Your mom sent that Christmas tree, and then I got the little, like, Santa hamster. But, like, I will talk Dutch. Talk about the Dutch language and all the stuff I've learned about it to you guys. I will pronounce it the best I can, as inebriated as I get. Threw the lady at the bakery for a loop.
Yeah.
No, I told you already that she was cautioning me against all the sunshine and all the people being out and peeking in the windows. And I was like, sorry? And I was like, kijken, mijn raam, mijn woonkamer, op de vierde verdieping. Wat, Superman? And she just died with laughter. Just because it wasn't the greatest of Dutch, but she wasn't like
expecting any.
She wasn't expecting me to be able to know that many words to be able to string them together like that. Flemish versus Dutch. Oh no, no! I've been living here long enough to have an opinion, and long enough also to know not to vocalize that opinion. I have heard Flemish, and whatever the Germans say about Dutch, I say about Flemish. Yeah, when you said tonal languages, I was like, well, every language has tones, including throat singing. That's a didgeridoo, I'm sorry. Oops. I love that the prisoners around here are so stuck up. Took you long enough? Let's get out of here. You're literally a prisoner. Like, did you seriously watch me? Like, no. I literally killed this guy as fast as possible. And you're acting like it was an inconvenience.
Press the assault, Maulwalker.
Maulwalker.
More meat for my pets.
These creatures do not serve me. Excellently done.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna show you something that scared the living bejesus out of Aaron the first time I did it. It's the winter buck that I had for a while was from Hrolsh. It's that word. Grolsch. Hrolsh. And it's got one of these little tops on it. What?
Just so they can see my reaction, even though I know what's coming.
Like you're watching me do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw, like the thing is I saw this, but then I was like, wow, that's actually pretty cool. And I saw some people, I think it was Axel, little Swedish guy. the Swedish himbo. He was on Amstel, and he just like popped it open at some point, and I was like, "Wow, that looks really cool." So I bought one, and I was just sitting on the couch, and I did this.
And I gave just a death glare. Just like,
because I was filming it too. I was like, poof, what? And he's like, he just was.
I had the perfect cat offended one.
He was so offended. I waited just long enough to seconds. You flinched on the camera.
I know.
Oh god, it popped so hard it flipped over. I can't close it. There we go. I fixed it now. Yeah, this part flipped up and then over because you're supposed to put it there. Did I break it? Whatever. I'm just gonna drink it. It's sweeter than I remember. Alright. I'm gonna go turn in that blade. Any Thundoras raids showing up? Oh, there's one up on the bridge, but that's already been 13 minutes. It's got 13 minutes left. Nobody does that raid up there. Oh, wow! There's actually people in the raid for that.
Wow.
No, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. 5 people, 90 seconds left. I think Aaron jumped less the second time because I bought it. He didn't know I bought it because I'd just been buying random stuff. And I was also at the old apartment too because I was sitting on the left side of you. Now I sit on the right side.
We lead such interesting and varied lives.
At least I can put time stamps on things based on when things happen.
That's true.
But yeah, like the benefit now is like we have a second bedroom. It's Corona, so like nobody's gonna become visiting for a while because even if you happen to have the money, we need the international things to go and like people entering into a quarantine for like 2 weeks after they return is probably not the best thing for a lot of people to do, let alone have the hunt. How much did it take to fly to your parents?
Over 1,000.
No, it was over 1,000 just to get there, and Aaron and I were trying to get cheap. We weren't going too cheap because our hotel was basically paid for and stuff. But it was like stupid because we didn't know if we were going to have, if our cards were going to work. We had to take stuff with us, right?
Yeah.
Did we have to change for dollars? I can't remember. We would have had to. No 7-Eleven's going to take a fucking rainbow euro.
I don't think we took any actual dollars with us.
I think we
just
transferred some over, and I pulled some out of my bank account. Yeah, we had on point.
We have debit cards.
I think what we did is when we got into Boston, I yanked open the IQ and I pulled money out of it in terms of cash. Because it's just easier to work with cash in the States. Crazy, but I am doing Pokemon right now. Guys. So that's why I'm not doing anything on WoW. I also just realized that I barfed up a bunch of Dutch at you guys, and you probably don't even realize. So, the lady at the bakery, I think she was saying because it's getting sunnier out and people are going out more that she needs to be careful and close her blinds because she lives on the, well, they call it here, the Behanachron, the lowest floor. Sometimes in an address it's HR. It's the house number. It's, you know, yeah.
It's ground floor.
It's ground floor. So we before we lived at 20-4, which means the first 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Makes sense? So we lived on the 5th floor. Now we live on the 4th floor.
But it's still the 5th floor.
But it's still the 5th floor. Because their ordinals start 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they have 0. Yeah. It's the Behanachron, Eerste, Tweede, Derde, Vierde. So we live on the 5th floor. So I was like, okay, what are you talking about? Who is looking in the ramen of the windows of my woonkamer, my living room, on the 5th floor? And I say vierde verdieping. So the term deep means like away from you. It makes sense. It makes a lot more sense when you look like at a pool. It's deep. But when you're going from the ground floor, you are going deep for 5 floors. So that's how that one works. That's why it's verdieping, because the term fair is it's nouning an adjective, something like that. It's weird. But and so that's why it's and Vierde, like I said, 0, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Yeah. And then at the end I was like who is looking in my window? Superman? And I thought to myself, if Superman is literally outside my window, my living room window, peeking in at me half naked in the morning, he gets a show.
Yeah.
Of course, goofy ass Philip at Porterhouse, he's like, oh, yeah. And I saw him on like arm crutches, and I was like, how did that happen? Oh, I did something to my knee during football. I mean, soccer. I'm like, I know what you mean. You're like 19. Stop. I get it. I know you don't play American football or rugby. You literally told me those sports look too dangerous for you. Of course, he probably broke his ACL, not even practicing soccer. He probably tore his ACL reaching down for a ball that had gone in near the float show. Before practice. Oh, I just looked at him in that like, Total disapproval. Really? He kind of gave that like, yeah, and what of it? What of it? What of it? Bro! Seriously.
Another satisfied.
Another satisfied gets to me. I'm still looking at that Flemish versus Dutch, and I'm like, Flemish is Dutch. Frisian, you can get a little different out of that one. Like, I'm not... What do the fancy pants call Frisian? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, like Wikipedia calls it. The Frisians are West Germanic ethnic group indigenous to the coastal regions of the Netherlands and northwest Germany. Yes, this is the people. I want the language. Frisian languages. Oh, languages. Gotcha. Okay. Are closely related groups of the West Germanic language spoken by about 500,000 Frisian people who live on the southern fringes of the North Sea in the Netherlands and Germany. The Frisian languages are the closest living language to the group of Anglic languages, and the two groups make up the Anglo-Frisian languages group, and together with the Low German dialects, these form the North Sea Germanic languages. However, modern English and Frisian are not mutually intelligible.
That's the truth.
So true. Oh, what is that? In linguistics, mutual intelligibility is a relationship between languages or dialects in which speakers of different but related varieties can readily understand each other. Yes. Nor are Frisian languages intelligible among themselves due to the independent linguistic innovations and foreign influences. What? Yeah. None. How much merch have I sold? None. I've tried to make it affordable, but I still want to make a profit. I did not buy that. I mean, I did, but I don't consider it. It's not even. I don't think it's available anymore because it's of an old uniform.
Fair.
So
literally the only piece of merch you sold was to me.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, probably the reason I'm bad at promoting the channel and promoting my merch and all that jazz is because I'm really bad at promoting myself. When it came down to like interviews, I bombed them because talk about yourself. In respects to what? Because like it was an open-ended question, and you don't want to give me open-ended questions because I'm not going to know how to answer them, and I'm going to answer them in the most efficient way possible for me. What are your interests? The only time someone actually liked the answer, what are your interests outside of work? Got me a job was the electronics department in Walmart. That's it. I don't know why people were asking me what my interests were for Target Stalker. Like, what do you do? Like, I like to play a lot of video games. I don't really leave the house. Sure, yeah, I can come in at 4 o'clock in the morning and stalk yourselves. Like, what? It's like the dumbest thing, and that's all the. And I even like ticked off the people that ran like resume helpers and interview coaches. And they're like, what are some of your interests outside? I'm like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, that's not good. I'm like, but it's the truth. You don't always need to tell the truth at an interview. And that just offended me on all things. Jobs? Sorry, I was doing a spin around and I wasn't alt-tabbing. Yeah, like jobs. In fact, actually, I think I got to it. It's just that the delay on the chat. So don't make the crazy assumption that I read the chat and immediately answered Q like 6 seconds later. I got fired after working at Goodwill for 10 days because I wasn't staying on task on a 50% off day. It still weirds me out that Goodwill, with its cheap-ass prices, has 50% off days. And I was like, what? Are we getting 60 pounds of clothing for a penny? What's going on here? I mean, the fact that Goodwill fired someone for not being on task. Like, I understand that they're a business, but they probably... I tried to get jobs at Goodwill, like, as their stalker in the back room, and... it was... I don't know what the opposite of ableist is. Like, they thought I was too able-bodied for their working area. And I was like, I have federal disability. And they're like, yeah, a lot of people do. And I was like, oh, so... And I thought to myself, okay, so you want Down syndrome. Gotcha. You want physically disabled. Gotcha.
They want visibly.
Visibly disabled. Okay. They started me out as donation collection, then moved me to the book sorting area. Yeah. Like, there's certain things that, like, I wouldn't put Aaron in a book sorting area of a Goodwill. That is literally asking him to not be on task, because he's going to see a book and start reading it. Aaron, oh, I didn't think of that one.
Okay, have fun. Well, I know that I could never work in a bookstore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, people, so many people have like their super interest and they want to go into that is like work. And I'm like, it makes sense to turn that into a career. Like, if you really like reading and you're really passionate about reading, like, go work like at a bookstore that is small owned, or but like don't work like in a Barnes and Noble. You know? First of all, most of the people that really like to read as a passion don't work at a Barnes and Noble. Probably because they get stuck reading too many books. And the people that are shopping at a Barnes and Noble aren't the ones that want to really read books. They're there to buy books, not read books. He's giving that look to his computer like, he's like, that's true. Nobody goes to Barnes and Noble to buy books to read. They buy books to have. Like, I can imagine that, like, Barnes & Noble, near the beginning of, like, lockdown, at least in the States, was people were just randomly buying stuff from Barnes & Noble online or going into the stores because they needed to have a smart-looking backdrop for their Zoom meetings.
Seems legit.
I couldn't stay on task on the 50% off days because they were shuffling me around to different parts of the store. And every position was taken, leaving me to walk around and look for something to do. Yeah, that's... Sometimes it feels like there's certain days where people have work. You know, like, when I worked at Taco Bell, there was never any one of those days. But when I worked at Walmart, there was definitely, like, oh, you're trying to weed out the people that are already a bit borderline with their sanity. Oh, gotcha. Sure. I loathe the tell me about your strengths and weaknesses question in an interview. Yeah, that's the worst thing. It's like, tell me about your strengths and weaknesses. And like, in one of the interviews, I was like, well, I don't lift weights. And they went, no, like personality strengths. And I was like, I don't know, I like Star Trek? Like, I was not answering the questions because I didn't know how to answer them. And even in the, like, the interview coaches, they'd say, oh no, you need to talk about this. I'm like, that's not a strength, that's a quality. We need something that's actually strong about me, not something that, like, everybody does. Little did I know at the time, not everybody does that. Like, critical thinking. Or can use a mouse. Or understands the difference between Shakira and Shania.
It hurts so much.
Wow, I don't know. I don't know when you went away to say what you missed. I've been kind of rambling. I've got a little bit of beer. Did you miss Aaron getting spooked at this? Because when this thing goes up later, you can scroll to it, and it'll be on there. Like, I watched it when I alt-tabbed to YouTube about 10 seconds after it happened. I got done laughing so hard. I do not know the timestamp. But it's getting to that point where I'm just getting a little sauced and I'm starting to just ramble. And I'm getting like emotionally worked up over stupid things, so I'm starting to like angst rage, but not real bad. But I'm talking about like the bad things about like interviewing and all that jazz. Hardest, easiest job I had so far was a summer job I had at Lowe's. Honestly, when it comes down to like you're looking for a paycheck, don't go into something that you love, but don't go into something you hate. Like, I was really good at Toys R Us on the floor because I mapped very well, and I knew where everything was, and could say, hey, look at that, hey, look at this, hey, look at that. And I could run around and do all the stuff and tell people where things were, because they were lost, because Toys R Us were, still technically are, I guess, huge. Same thing with a Walmart. Like, I inventoried the CDs. I didn't really inventory them, I more or less restocked the ones that were bullshit, or that we got in on stock, so I had to like alphabetize them and like fix them because people were like, oh cool, NSYNC, oh but beep, oh I really like this now, and then they put it down in like B. Like, fuck, this isn't Backstreet Boys, go to hell. But I've been working as a job, with a job coach, so kind of have a choice at the moment. But yeah, it's like I was really good at leading people around and finding things because I inventory well in my head, and like I'm good at directions. And people are like, "Oh man, you're good at driving. You're good at directions. You should be a taxi driver or like an Uber driver." No, no, that is not something you want me to be doing. I am a good driver because I haven't had an accident. Oh no, volcanoes! You assholes. Like literally, I just see I see a gray message from Zachary and I'm like immediately show. Because it most likely has the word like shit in it. Oh. Whoopsies. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit over here and heal because I got knocked down to 2% health. And I'm trying to figure out how to fucking heal right now. Okay, we're good. Let's see if I can. Sorry guys, I'm I will literally after this because I need to catch Mistress Dirac. No! Oh good, he died. And I will check what the chat says. It's gonna take a bit to summon Mistress Dirac anyways. I remember the bookshelf flex. Yeah. Oh, right, for thingy. Almost 24 and still don't drive? No! No! Okay. In the States? Yeah. Is it bad that you're 24 in the States and you don't drive? And? Yeah. I'll say this much. I'm Frank, the guy I kind of talked to a lot and has been subtle and all that jazz. He doesn't have his license. He's like borderline 26. Never had his license. Doesn't even drive. I'm like, dude. He's like, well, OV just takes me anywhere I need. Because that's what happens when you live in a country with a decent public transit in small-ass cities. And everything you need within a couple blocks of your house. I don't even have a valid driver's license anymore. It's been so long in the States.
Yeah.
Trying to run away from this shaman that's like trying to, because he got mind controlled by her, so he's like, oh great, now I'm charmed. That's all I need. I'm just murdering the other rogue. Oh good, you hexed me. Ooh. Oh, Matt said something. We're still in the middle of trying to jump this just direct between two rogues and an elemental shaman.
Soft Trio is the best. Exactly. I don't know, finish this one.
Oh god, I got charmed! Oh no! Run, shaman, run! Run! Oh no, I shadow stepped him! No! Oh good, I'm hexed. Oh good. Oh good. The shaman hugs me. No, dude! I can't solve anything! Like I already used Cloak of Shadows to get out of the first charm. I got charmed 3 times that fight.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was trying to get what I was trying to do is I was trying to get enough combo points up so that I could him. But I couldn't get that up before he started whipping the shit out of me with like Lava Burst and Flame Shock. And then I had to Cloak of Shadows again just to get his Flame Shock off of me, but I was too far away from him at the time. I couldn't get any shot at him.
May I tempt you with my wares?
Yay! Anima Sources completed! Wom. Actually, no. Wait. Should I? Cipher of Education, collect a ward from the Great Vault, jump into the Maw of the Ring of the Transference, 10 soul remnants for 10 soul fragments. Where am I at? I will max out my renown if I go get 20 soul. I'm gonna go do that. I don't buy books. I check them out at the library. I'm cheap. That's totally fine. I am so behind checking books out at the library because it keeps the books in relative circulation. If they fall at, because you check out the ones you want to read, and so you will read them. Then you return them back, the books that other people want. Whereas if you go and you buy a book to have it, and you read it, then it's just sort of sitting around, it collects dust, and like nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is really using it. So it's like, it's awkward because having a book, and getting a book from a library and audiobooks are in the same category because audiobooks don't really do much. They aren't stored in a physical location away from people. It's not like you're taking materials away from the printability or whatever.
Yeah.
And plus, if the book itself gets damaged over time from being used, then the library will probably replace it. They will just get another copy, or if they have a copy of a really popular book or whatnot, yeah. And like I said, audiobooks makes me think of like Carlin, you know, there shouldn't be anything wrong with two consenting adults dressing in leather Boy Scouts uniforms, hitting each other in the head with ball peen hammers while they take turns blowing their cat. Like, that was part of a joke from him, and he says it's a victimless crime, and think about how good the cat must feel. And I'm like, okay, but that's, and I make the joke that audiobooks, it's a victimless crime. They don't physically take up space, they take up bits, which is nothing in our world.
Yeah.
Unless you live in a city with adequate public transportation, driving is necessary. I know it's necessary. I lived in Vancouver. I lived in Droughtdale. I lived in Beaverton. Yes. It was easy. It would, you know, we had a Fred Meyer close by. But there wasn't any good sidewalks. Like, it was treacherous to walk there in the snow, and there was barely any cars on the road. And it was like, it was only a mile. Like, it was only a mile to, like, Mod Pizza. that was it. It was only a mile to those. And you know, during the summer, I'd walk them. You know, now, I'd bike it. Like, if I was in Beaverton, I'd probably change a lot about where I shop. But I'd probably be biking a lot more places. Like, for most of the weather we had there, I probably could have taken the bike pretty easily to Winco. But the thing is that those stupid roads have like no bike lane on them. You're like riding in a bicycle gutter, as the guy calls it.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and it's so car dominated. Baked into the culture. You say you live in a state where it's baked into the culture and public transportation is unreliable? That's the states. Yeah, you can do it in New York City. You can do it in Chicago. And if you happen to live in downtown major cities like Los Angeles and Portland, Seattle, if you live in the downtown area, like that's a very small area. But you get 2-3 miles outside of the downtown core of Portland, unless you shop at neighborhood stuff, you're fucked. You know?
I don't have a target.
How sad is it that I never learned to ride a bike? It's not sad. You live in the States. I learned to ride a bike because my dad said, here, have a bike. Figure it out.
Sounds about right for your dad.
It sounds about, here, have a bike. You'll figure it out. You know? We got a big ass yard, and the only thing, like, for the longest time, what I did is I got the bike out of the garage, and I rode it long enough on the driveway, took a right into the dirt, and then rode down outside the driveway on the dirt, figuring that if I crashed, I would fall on dirt, not rocks. And I just did that, like, day in, like 12 times a day, figuring out how to keep the balance on a bike, and then, you know, how to brake. Like, I was like 10 at the time when this happened. I was a really late bloomer to riding a bike. Aaron Wolfer, message retracted. Oh, okay, weird. Didn't catch that one in time. Yeah. I tried, but I could never stay balanced. But that's what I'm saying, like, I'm in here in the mod trying to make sure that I'm not, like, losing track of stuff and, like, getting... Yeah. The only times I have problems riding in Portland is when I have to ride on 82nd and Southeast. Yeah! Yeah, I could see that. Like, the Springwater Corridor area is probably pretty nice, aside from all the homeless people along the sides. Like, deciding that, you know, we want to have our head resting on grass, but our feet hanging out into the bike lane, plus, like, all the mommy walkers and their giant 3-kid strollers that have to go horizontal, not vertical, for some ungodly fucking reason. So it's just like, I have to make sure that all my kids stay perfectly safe inside their stroller. That kid is 6. He doesn't know how to walk yet. I'm waiting for him to learn at his own pace. I'm so done with you, mommy walkers. Please don't anybody be drinking milk at that time. Milk's gonna come out your nose like that. I mean, Matt Peterborg, you seriously just... You probably died laughing when I showed you the Peppa Pig jigsaw puzzle. It was funny because we saw it and someone basically had taken one of those packs and like opened up. They're taking like 12 of those packs, opened them up, and they were just digging their hand around in it. And they're like, I got this as a gift. It's a Peppa Pig jigsaw puzzle. I just don't know what to do about it. And I'm over here on the couch just dying. And Aaron couldn't quite figure it out, and I had to remind him that I got him those little bacon strapias one point, and that's when it clicked on his head. Because I got him the little bacon strapias for your soup.
Yeah.
I had to remind him that those existed. But yeah, like, Portland has a lot of cyclists, but it's not very bike-friendly. As soon as our wind calm, like, I really do plan on having, like, solid bike videos. As soon as we get a bit more warm. And I know that the handlebars are a little bit funky. I do have... Oh, this is a wrist strapper. I put it back in the thing. I am in the maw! I need to not be distracted at this point. But I have a vest shoulder harness, and I can put the camera like right here while I'm riding a bike. To be fair, you get a lot of this going on, but it's still better than the that comes from riding on brick and cobblestone. I know that when it's sped up to like 3 times speed, it gets blurry, to put it mildly. And you absolutely cannot listen to that sound. Like, I think the very first video I put in was like a minute of the sound of what the bike sounds like on that handlebar mount, and it's just like, yeah, you can hear when I ring my bell. You can hear whenever I shift gears. Kung, 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 kung. Kung, 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 kung. Yeah. So they are... Karens are a certain kind of mommy walkers. Like, Karens are the ones that will, like, beat you up. Or, like, enforce that you must follow the rules. When they're not. That's the Karens that are on there. But there are other mommy walkers that just almost are just... They're oblivious to the world around them. Like, I completely understand that for a lot of women, there's a weird, like, there's, like, pregnancy crazy, or whatever it's called.
Mommy brain.
Mommy brain. And that can persist a little bit after. And a lot of people react to postpartum depression a little bit weird. And so I'm like, okay, cool. But, like... Come on. You don't need to have such a really big stroller. Like, not everything needs to be Eddie Bauer edition. Please take my blessing. I'm not here to take your blessing. I'm here to take you home. Ish. I really wish one of them would be like, are you here to, like, after a fashion, you're subverting the Kyrian doing this. I mean, yeah, you're subverting the Kyrian by doing this, because the Kyrian are supposed to take all the souls from Azeroth and other mortal realms that are just kidney shot at a rock. I am not paying attention at all. But yeah, it's yeah, like the Karen mommy walkers are the ones along like the Springwater Trail that will like pull out a rapier cane and like wake up the homeless people and tell them to get off the walking path. But like, yeah, it's super crazy. But like I said, here I want to like at least make a couple videos once it gets better outside, that I don't have to necessarily wear a jacket everywhere I go, so I can, you know, show you guys some of the more, I don't want to say extensive bike paths, because I was pretty much, as you guys saw when I went out to the wind turbines, the part that I recorded on the phone, that's pretty much a bike path. Like, yes, it's technically a road, but it's only a road for the 5 houses I passed. Like, I was going through farmland area. But multiple other times, and there was just a bike path that was like too skinny for a car to ride on. Like that road that I was on was technically wide enough for a car. Technically. But you couldn't fit 2 Kentas side by side on it, I'll tell you that much. But there's numerous pathways around here that are like the fact that there are, actually there was one time, where was I going? I think I was just going out and around just for the hell of it, and I made it all the way to Central, and due to a couple lights I never had to stop. Like that's a pretty, it's not, I don't want to say that's an intense bike ride, but the fact that I was going from my place to Central Station, the heart of Amsterdam, without having to stop my bike because of various roundabouts, or the fact that the cars had to stop for me anyways because I was, you know, bike priority, or the fact that, you know, I would ride on a road that says Auto te hast, which basically means that if for some reason I'm not doing 30 kilometers an hour, then the car, and I'm in the middle of the road, the car can't honk and get me to go to the side. The car is the guest. Riding a bike is one of the best ways to see your surroundings. You're more connected to your environment. Yeah, that's true. I'm not dragging on Aaron for this, but that's one of the things he wishes he could do. But even on a bike, he has to pay so much attention to his vision that he can't just like pause momentarily and look up and look at the building next to him, because he has to look down and see what he's going to go. It happens while he's walking too. When we're out sightseeing someplace, most of the time we just stop and I point up at something And we look at it, and that's just how it works. Not everyone works the same way. So, but yeah, if you guys come here, I don't think they'll really care. But I think you guys could just like ride my bike, and then I would use my chip card to get an OV feats, and just say, okay, just don't go above 3rd gear. You can maybe go to 4th because I have legs of I have linebacker legs, but. But yeah, we can just ride a bike around the area. Like, yeah. Because, like, I don't know how we'd get a bike otherwise, other than going to one of the actual bike rental places, and that just seems super expensive.
I don't think it's that bad, but it may.
I'm actually going to check. What is rent a bike? I'm literally in the Netherlands. My Google registers me as the Netherlands. If I type in rent a bike, it's going to give me 9 ads.
Yeah.
Rent a bike in The Hague, 24/7 self-service bike rental. They trust so much here.
Oh God, it's wonderful.
They trust so much here. Rent a bike, Puntanel. Of course that's a thing. Rent a bike, Puntanel. Oh, yeah, okay, Bikes. Dutch bike. How about a city bike? Okay, so a Dutch bike. $8.50 for 10% off. So it's $9.50 for 24 hours. It's not bad.
No.
I mean, that's pretty expensive compared to, mine, which is like $20 a month.
Yeah.
And then the OV, which is free, right?
To rent one?
Yeah.
It's like 65 cents.
Oh my god. I couldn't even realize. The OV feats. Kosten. Course. What does it cost? Bijna 300 locaties kun je met de OV fietsabonnement maximaal 2 fietsen huren. What? English. Public transport bikes are a healthy way to reach your destination. You can rent a maximum of 2 bicycles at almost 300 locations with OV bicycle subscription. Okay, so I can get 2 bikes on 1 subscription. Think of stations, bus, metro stops. You only pay $3.85 per OV bicycle per 24 hours. Yeah, okay. So it's $3.85 for 24 hours per bike. So that's 2 bikes for $6.85. I can't do math. Forget. Bicycles are stored in a guarded, unguarded parking facility in the bicycle locker, bicycle carousel that you operate yourself, so that you can access your bike at any time of day and continue your journey. Okay. I'm gonna die. But yeah, like, even if I just picked up a bike to save on money and then you guys rode my bike, it'd be totally fine and we can just go visit. That you operate yourself, so that you can access your bike at any time of day and continue your journey. Okay. I'm gonna die. But yeah, like, even if Google News is like kept trying to say, hey, you really want to pay attention to this? I'm like, I really don't want to read more about WandaVision right now. I understand that everyone's trying to milk it and write articles about it because clicks get you money. But I'm just like, I can't read any more about WandaVision. You guys have literally, like, I don't want to say burned me out on WandaVision, but I'm just like, there's nothing more to speculate on.
It's over.
Well, no, like, they're speculating as to what... Because, like, already some people are thinking, like, oh, well, it said series finale. That doesn't mean it's a series finale. It just means that WandaVision Season 1 is open, where her show... I'm like, stop it, guys. Yeah, like... I can't remember if I figured out whether I should, if I rode, because I know I rode the bike all the way out to Sloterdijk, but I'm not sure if I video recorded it, like, on the GoPro. I don't think I did. I got a little lost because it'll like say in 200 meters take a, you know, on your left. And I'm like, oh, okay, 200 meters. One, still don't kind of get that. Like in my head, I call that terrestrial distances. I just don't really get it. Even if it's at a, you know, 200 meters, 100 feet, I wouldn't get it. But sometimes, because I'm not looking at the map, it's in my pocket, so I'm listening to the directions. I don't realize that it means take a right, and the pathway goes left. You know, it's like, I don't know which way the main pathway goes, so I wind up maybe continuing on the path longer, or I don't actually see the little dirt path that they want me to take or something. Haven't rode a bicycle since high school. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even ride one in high school. Like, I had one for a while. We kept it in the garage. I think maybe I rode it every so often, but, like, I didn't... Once I had a car, I was like, fuck that. And I never had a bike in Troutdale or Hazeldale or Beaverton. And then we got here and I still didn't even have a bike for... God, we didn't even get a bike until the summer, right? After I broke the collarbone. So when we got the thing, because... Yeah. Because we couldn't get it until we had a bank account. By that point, it was already like, ugh. Who's gonna go biking in this weather? We were being super American about who's gonna go biking in this weather. It's like November. What the hell? It was all icky, and I was like, I don't really need it, you know. And I know Dario was just like, you really need to get a bike. And I'm like, okay, I'll get a bike. Fuck. You know, when we went to Par Hazard with him, and he's like, oh, you should really get a bike. I'm like, I'll get a bike, maybe. Fuck. And then you heard about swap feeds, and I was like, yay, swap feeds. And we got a swap feeds, but that was like in June. First time I rode a horse, the day after, it felt like I had particularly violent sex.
Yeah, that's pretty typical for first time horseback.
Awesome. I don't want to say, like, this as the idea of, like, this was the first, and thus became the last. But it's like, there wasn't many times that I rode a horse. Like, we're scraping early memories for me, like pre-10, because that's when I was going to, like, summer camp. I think the last time I rode a horse was at one of those camps, and was like 8 or 9. So if I was likening riding a horse who really wasn't actually riding a horse, like literally it was just like the horse was attached to the next horse, and we were walking on a trail that was flat. Like, what? So, yeah, I wasn't likening it to, like, being sore or anything. It just, or, you know, sags, because I was, like, 8. But I haven't rode a horse much. Although, it's apparently big here in the Netherlands. There's a whole section of decathlon called paardrijden. And they got a thing you put on your horse with the blinders. They got the helmets. Like, I've seen people out at the skate park with their knee pads, their elbow pads, and a horse riding helmet on. And I'm like, well, it works. I mean, if the horse riding helmet's supposed to be strong enough to prevent a horse from kicking your skull in, then hopefully falling down onto your head from a skateboard will also help. Yeah, that's part of the thing. Is like I was at summer camp and the horse in front of me was just constantly booing. Like, I found it funny. It was the greatest thing to have as a 8-year-old, as a grade schooler, is to watch a horse. Like, it smelled bad, but it was still kind of like funny. Cause like the horse is booing itself. Gross. You know, because we're having that weird like human superiority. Why didn't you use the bathroom? What the hell? Did I already get all my... No, I got all the crystallized Stygia. I just need to place down the thingers. The Stygia conduits. But yeah, that's my horse riding story. Honestly, I feel like at this point, at least with the live stream, you just have to ask the right question, and I'm just going to Dave it up. You get it. There's a guy that used to come around the college, actually, more or less the social group of the gamer crowd at the college. And he was Dave. He always had a story.
And they were great stories.
And they were great stories. And he was a great storyteller. And they were absolutely true, because they weren't farcical. They weren't out there enough. But they had something really weird about them. You know, and I was just like, and that's the thing, like, you guys get one little thing, and I've probably got a story for it. And that's the thing that I try to get across like YouTube. It sucks, but there's, I don't know exactly who Dutchman is that comments, but he lives in Sertogenbosch, which is a city. It's a thing. It's actually a fairly large city. Or he lives around the area. I'm not sure if he actually lives there. But he talks about Sertogenbosch a lot. And he thought I had lived here a lot longer or a bit longer than I did. I was like, it's probably because to most duchies, they expect expats to be a lot more resistant to stuff. Not assimilation. What's the word, Aaron? Integration than I am. So, you kind of picked up on the mentality, or the Dutch mentality, really quickly. I never really fit in in the States because I was ridiculously rude and blunt and no nonsense. And my Dutchies, they like it. And they're like, wow, you're not like other expats. And I'm like, thanks. Invis, not invis. Oh my god, I shot right up to level 4. We are getting the fuck out of here. What are we here? No. Never expected their hair to be as soft as it was. Careful there, Zachary. You might be getting into the furry bill.
No.
I know. I know. Now, to get into weird furryville, you'd be like, you ever realize how soft a cow's tongue is? We are not having this conversation, Cletus.
Have you come to trade or to waste your breath? Will that be all?
What?
I love her so much.
Fucking Venari. I don't know if I like it's her personality or just the voice actress and how she voices all these things. And it's like Avasarala. I don't know. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Venari in World of Warcraft is voiced by not the same lady that does Avasarala from The Expanse, although they are both Egyptian. So it gets very interesting. But the lady who does Venari does Ana from Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm. So, like I said, it gets interesting, but like, there are so many times that I'm just like, Avasarala, sass me up. Will that be all, Mawaka? And it just... But like the first time I heard her voice, I recognized it immediately. Like Aaron and I were questing through the zone, and we met Venari, and I went, like, was it from The Office, where he's like listening to the wall, and he does that little, that's Anna! And I was like, during the thing, I was like, ah, man, she's gonna be like, take your medicine. Did you shot a healing dart at me? Will my healing darts even work on you? We'll try. She says that to Kel'Thuzad. Will my healing darts even work on you? We'll try. Also, part of the reason I probably don't play Heroes of the Storm on here. One, it requires me to actually pay attention, and I don't really have the chats over to the side. But, yeah. I think we're done on the rogue. It's 10 o'clock. Looks time might be trying to go open up a saucy beer. I'm not like gonna try to have 3 because the Hrolsch is 3... It's a large one. I don't know how big it is. Limited edition. No, it's, I mean, I guess how you can call it limited edition, but I don't think so. 45 centiliters. 45. Badoom. Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. Occasionally he posts to his Instagram. But there's actually a video he has up. And the title just tickles me, so... what is it? Where is it? Marvel Entertainment. How many Peter Parkers are in the multiverse? Makes me think of that kids thing. So many. Do you remember? Yeah, so many. Oh, let's talk about the quality of votes. Oh boy. Oh boy. What do we got? Triple cross? Let's see what I got. Triple black. Yes. It's delirium. It's Belgian. It's actually okay. Delirium's the brand. Like that's Krolsch. This is Delirium. There's actually a restaurant that is Delirium. It's actually one stop from Central. Sure, just over there by Musikabau Bimhaus. Yeah. It could be a great place to go once travel's allowed. It's like you have no idea how to feel or what to feel. I love the elephant on the logo. Yeah. Zach, I've never been into Marvel anything. I kind of feel bad, but also I don't. Just make the decision. Either feel bad or don't. It's... Don't stay wishy-washy on things. Cut out that American accent. But yeah, no, this is basically their triple. I think it's just called a strong... It's a Tremens Strong Blonde Beer. Brauerei Heuge Anno 1654. One of the few things the Germans didn't destroy when they marched over Belgium. Oh, Sophion finally says at 10 o'clock at night that he's in for practice tomorrow. So 4 people are going to be at practice tomorrow. Also Frank, but they're still allowing 27 and over. But yeah, they actually sell 3 of their beers out in stores in bottles, and there's the black one, the red one, and the blue one. That's all I know. And they're all kind of strong, but it just depends on like their fruitiness, I think. I know the red one is like super fruity.
That thing is a member of the royal family.
That red thing's name is Harry? That red thing is a member of the royal family. Show some respect. What? Delirium Tremens. Okay, apparently that's the, What? I'm 18 years or older. Uh-huh. Brewery, beers. Tremens, Red, Argentinum, Nocturnum, Delirium Christmas. Oh, that's great. 10%? Are you kidding me? It's good slosh for Christmas. That's what we need. Delirium Nocturnum. Oh, strong dark. I don't really like dark beers, so I kind of I think I may have seen the purple one. Beers. Black. Oh, that's not the one I've seen. That's also barrel aged. What the hell? Okay, there's the blue one, the red one. Argentinian? That's a silver one. It's a hopped ember beer. Whatever. But yeah, Delirium Red is just like it's so fucking fruity. Oh my god. I even had Aaron smell it, and I was like, hey, is this a beer you'd like? He goes, it smells good, but still tastes like beer. Never been into drinking too much? Yeah, that's fine. I figured I should probably have some semblance of a snack. I'm gonna have the most un-jalapeno popper jalapeno popper. In a whole vlog debating these things are basically everything but a jalapeno popper, but it's not hot, it's not deep fried, and it's not spicy. You're like, well then what the fuck is it? It's sweet yellow peppers with feta, with fresh cheese in it. No, I mean it comes out of the tapas section, so it's also where it's actually the shrimp I get you in that little thing also were tapas.
Yeah.
Wait, no, not the ones that I got. The ones that were in the knoflook oily. No, that was fun. Oh, but yeah, I was at the, I don't forget which store I was at. That is Yumbo. I recognize their,
branding.
Well, the thing at the bottom, their info card for the beers. But yeah. There. $2.43 a bottle. They are 11% mildly sweet. 2 out of 5 stars for Suit. Doncor Special. Quadruple. Fucking 11% beers are something else. That's borderline liquor. There. She's the best. I'm just gonna leave it on Rotsa for a little while I dink around on my phone. That is low on charge. Look at that. I don't know. I've been waiting for this thing to settle, and I thought it needed to be room temperature. Yeah, that's not really showing anything. It's not showing that chunk at the bottom.
Nah.
Like it is, but the thing is the camera, the screen is reflecting off it too much. I don't know if you guys can see that. I know. That doesn't help at all. That just makes it... I mean, there. You can see at the very bottom how it's not as shiny through it. Oh, that's blinding you guys. Like, I can... Maybe you can see it through... Yeah, that's not helping at all. I was like, maybe if I shine a backlight through it. But I realized how just oppressively bright that flashlight is, and it made it look like I was drinking glowing juice. Yes, it's not nuclear waste. It's apple, hember, and citron. So, well, I don't know what to tell you what APPEL is. It's a downright mystery. Hember is ginger, and citron is lemon. I mean, if you go to a... I already forgot the name. What's the hippie market that was out there by...
Whole Foods?
Well, there's Whole Foods, but what was the other one that was Portland-based?
Nature's?
Nature's rebranded to something else. I'm talking about the one that was like, everyone loved... They didn't like Whole Foods because it was way too... It was like the Walmart of New Seasons. That's it. No, they didn't like Whole Foods because it was the Walmart of New Seasons. But, like, if you go to, like, any of those hippie marks, you can get ginger shots. But they're literally in every store here. Like, this is just considered fresh sap, fresh juice. I mean, in terms of drinking nuclear waste, I did live in Troutdale. Before they blew up Trojan. When did they blow up Trojan? Are you fucking kidding me? So, Troutdale. The fish, D-A-L-E. Troutdale. So here's the thing that everybody in the Portland area, like the Portland television area, knows. Trojan nuclear power plant was the biggest deal. And when they finally demolished it, was a big deal. Like, people watched on the news, people were like cheering it, they were saddened, they were doing this. You want to know how green the power in the Pacific Northwest is? Trojan nuclear power plant operated for 16 years. That's it. It says, after 16 years of irregular service, the plant was closed permanently in 1992. by PGE after cracks were discovered in the steam generator tubing. Decommissioning and demolishing of the plant began the following year and was largely completed in 2006. While operating, Trojan represented more than 12% of the electrical generation capacity of Oregon. The site lies about 12 miles, 20 kilometers, north of St. Helens, on the west-south bank of the Columbia River. Aaron had to put in Troutdale, Oregon. Yep. I want to say, Troutdale, good times, but no. The land of rubber trees. At least I swore they were rubber. You lived across the river from that. You know how those gorge winds could get. Holy shit. If your trees weren't rubber, they were falling over. Just like winds, Troutdale, Gorge Winds, Troutdale. I can't believe that like auto completed. Oh no, that's the Gorge Winds Aviation and Flight Training School. Okay. So, I thought about the same thing, and it's something I would troll the green energy folks that would hang around in downtown Vancouver or at the college campus and say, sign our petition for more green energy, or non-coal is what they were going for. And I would bring up geothermal. And it's the Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. They didn't know what I was talking about. And it was just like, you're promoting green energy, but you don't know about geothermal in a volcanically rich area. To counter the actual reason as to why the volcanologist geology teacher I had explained why the Pacific Northwest does not deal with geothermal as much as, say, Iceland or perhaps even Hawaii is because our geothermal is deep. It's deep beneath the surface. So getting it to work effectively requires a lot more sinking cost, literally. You have to go really deep to get it to work really well. In Iceland, Iceland is literally just a mountain peak of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. That's all it is. Iceland is tearing itself apart to an extent. Like, there's that place, I forget who, I think it was the British guy who makes weird videos. He's been making videos for like Tom Scott, where he said that he was touching 2 continents. I think that's in Iceland, and that's not real. You're not actually touching 2 continents because the actual plate boundaries are in different spots, but it's symbology of it. Yeah, and Hawaii is again the mountaintop of a very, very, very large shield volcano. Multiple, actually, but yes. So it's pretty easy to get close to actual, like, hot rock. But with Hawaii being open to the ocean, they could probably deal a lot with wind. Pretty effectively. Because the ocean don't stop the wind. Neither do the fucking dune that Sandfort and Scheveningen. They just stop the water. What? Netherlands is all about stopping the water, not the fucking wind. The wind isn't going to drown us. That's true. In fact, the wind allows us to not drown. That's true. Polders. I actually looked up when Kevin was playing Civ 6, and we saw Amsterdam on there, and I was like, is this a part of France? Because the whole France-Spain thing, like no, there's actually the Dutch Empire in Civ 6.
Oh.
And their special land area is polders.
Good.
Yeah. Dutch Civ 6. Much like the Venetians of Civilization V, Brave New World, the Dutch are a trade-oriented maritime civilization. Their civilization ability encourages them to settle along coasts and rivers, where they can enlarge their borders by building harbors and get easy yield bonuses for riverside districts. But polder. Like Indonesia's kampongs, I don't know where they got it, polders synergize well in the Dutch naval bonuses and make settling on or near the coast much more viable. Polders can also provide a useful boost to lake tiles, especially in conjunction with something. Polders are built adjacent to other polders, or polders which are built adjacent to other polders receive additional bonuses to food, which are increased after researching replaceable parts. While most maps have a large number of coast tiles that support polders, it's easier to harness this adjacency bonus with lake tiles due to the enclosed nature of the lake, which makes it easier to satisfy the 3 or more adjacent non-mountain land tiles restriction. Usually most, if not all, lake tiles will satisfy the condition, allowing the Dutch to simultaneously benefit from their polders' adjacency bonuses. As explained above, the cultural victory is the easiest for the Dutch to achieve. However, if they focus on building campuses and industrial zones in their cities and adopt e-commerce late in the game, they will have a good shot at winning the science victory instead. Like many civilizations such as Brazil and Arabia, the best way to beat the Netherlands is to quite literally avoid doing what they want.
Well, no shit.
Specifically, never trade with the Netherlands if you can help it. So to do so is to hand them a lead in the civic tree, because their trade routes feed them culture points. This may cause Wilhelmina to dislike you, but never fear. De Zeven Provinciën siege bonus is inefficient for offense unless supplemented by a proper navy, and the AI is bad at naval combat. As long as you take precautions to build up a decent navy of your own, this unit should never threaten your coastal cities. The De Zeven Provinciën is their ship. It's just a boat, and it's got an incredible siege bonus. Garbage. Aaron's over there still, just like last week, playing Dyson Sphere program.
Yeah, making good progress.
Making good progress. Don't look out the side of my head like that again. That's super dizzying.
Don't look out the side of your head.
Yeah, like this. Oh, it's almost 10:30. Any last remarks? We got, what, 15-second delay, and anybody to type up things over the next couple minutes and I'll answer it? Or if not, 10:30 is the marker. That's in like 4 minutes, by the way. And then I'm probably going to go straight to bed. I always make the generalized joke, like Aaron and I make the joke from Colteris. Wind's howling today. No. The garbage that I was trying to take down got ripped out of my hand by the wind. That's not howling. That is abusive wind. I decided to get a couple bit more steps in today to walk all the way from Venneplaumstraat to Steiger Island, tram station, which they're fairly distance apart, but not like walking all the way home. No, I realize that was kind of a mistake. Not much smart to say, but thanks for keeping me entertained this afternoon. Yeah. That's probably about it. I saw some things while I was out walking, and I was like, holy shit! And then like 3 boys came over while I was in the process of filming. And so I had to like turn it off because kappa. So I like turned off the camera and closed it. And then I kind of tried not to pay attention to them because I absolutely know that like 10-year-old boys do not speak English very well. And I don't want to have to like speak Dutch to them. But he kept like riding his bike really slowly down the bike path. And I hear, Meneer, what you filming? What you filming? And I look over, ik film it for YouTube. Oh, YouTube. That's cool. And then he rides off. And then like his 2 friends came up behind, they were talking. And he goes, YouTube, YouTube, YouTube. And they go, wow. And then they rode their bikes down the stairs going, the entire time went back into the play park. And I'm like, duh, boys are stupid. But he was talking so mousy. It was just great. But I've heard like a couple times while I've been out walking just because I've been holding the camera out because I buy too much stuff and can't put it in the bag. And I'll hear people say, Vlogger, Vlogger, it's Vlogger. And I'm like, sure, fine. Actually talk to me if you really want to. I'm not going to not talk to you and walk away. But they're just, yeah. One more thing, did you figure out the difference between the two? No! I'm waiting for Dutchman to get a comment in case he gets all the way to the end. That's what I'm waiting for, kind of. I still have no physical idea what the difference between those are other than the price. Like I said, one of them does say grill on the side, so, with a sticker on it, so maybe there's something different about it, but I don't know. Alright, I just saw the thing come through. I'm gonna cut the thing off and we'll be good. And we'll be back for videos throughout the week and a live stream next Saturday. Same time, same place. Different shirt.